All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday. It is the art edition. I am your host, Jacob Johnson. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Um, so, if you read the description of the stream, you might have an impression that we are doing some Great Winter Hunt illustrations. Obviously, in development, kind of got to be working ahead of what is actually in the game. So clearly, we are currently playing a Halloween event, but we are going to be working on Great Winter Hunt stuff over the next few weeks. And so, welcome. Hello, Grant. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Ryan, Duncan, Pow, Benjamin, La Pasa. We're going to be working on the snow golems, some favorites of people's, and I believe that we did not actually create any new designs last year. I was trying to make sure I was working off the most up to date file for the animated snow golems, and looking at kind of last year's HUD folders, I did not see anything, and I feel like I felt like very bad that we didn't get to update any of their designs. So I'm going to try and do like more designs this year to make up for it if we can. Uh, Honestly, you can't beat the snow golems. We are kind of like always looking at ways to refresh the theme, but that gameplay is just, I don't know, people love it. I love it. And we're kind of tweaking a couple of things, making it even nicer for people. And until there is the outcry of, oh, please, no more of these wonderful, cute little guys that are just the most rewarding thing in the year. I think we're going to be kind of like working that mechanic. I don't know. I've never seen bad feedback about it personally. I might be missing that, but so far it is probably one of the favorite events. So we'll keep kind of like trying to figure out ways to keep it fresh and interesting and potentially find a new mechanic that's even better. But until we do so, I believe we are going to be sticking with the golems, at least for this year anyways. Also, hi to Gustav, Diamond, Ryan, Silphios, and Reaper. Valor Rift theme. Oh yeah. I forgot. No, this is only for Feedback Friday. We will be auditing kind of like where we can kind of insert these banners. It unfortunately hasn't been a very high priority, and some of them, like the comm clearing and stuff like that, that banner is a little more kind of like, okay, well, we are planning on kind of doing some revision to that area. It'll be perfect to insert at that point. But also part of it is me making sure that it's on the radar for the devs. Kind of like, I've uploaded the assets, maybe kind of like finding a time to kind of be like, okay, well, we're not going to have an opportunity for the Valor Rift journal theme necessarily to kind of like have the perfect moment, like, oh, we added a new map or something like that. It's more kind of like, hey, we're sitting on this nice asset that people want. We should probably figure out where we can kind of slot that into a milestone to just add that in for everyone. So we'll figure that out. Greetings from Ireland. That's amazing. Hello, Mona. Good morning, Kaim. I don't know how to pronounce names. I'm sorry, I butcher them all. All right, well, I'm going to jump over to Photoshop because that is what we are working in today. Based off of the way that these assets are laid out, it is a kind of paper doll system. So what that means is essentially it's a whole bunch of sprites that layer over top of each other in the game itself. So if no one's seen these characters, these are some cute little HUD characters, heads-up display for when you're playing in the Great Winter Hunt event in MouseHunt. And essentially, you randomly roll up these characters to go off on their own adventure. You send them off. They go on essentially a quest to find loot for you in whatever region you have access to. You get to hang out, nice warm hearth, and eat milk and cookies in game, while they go and find you some cool stuff and bring it back. But effectively, each of these are kind of like built out of layers of kind of different parts, and they can just randomly swap with each other, and you can get some pretty fun combinations. Um, so uh, basically, they're all kind of like transparent, just one big image, and the system kind of slices that and slides them around so that they overlap in different and fun ways. But today, it will be upon us to create new and exciting character. So what I'm wondering is, I set up this file years ago, of course, and I've done little modifications to it here and there, sometimes live on stream. But what I'll want to do is make sure that any new kind of like parts, which will kind of extend down into these zones, will be lined up exactly how they need to be. So, trying to think of the absolute best way to handle that. Right now, this is, okay, so I'm remembering how I set this up. So on the right, in the layers palette, bottom right, you can see that these folders contain, like all the arms, all the heads, and these are linked files. So essentially, the way that I actually made these was I was not rendering it in this file, because it'd be very hard to line up everything, potentially. But I actually have a different file that I need to pull up. Yes, there it is. Golems 2019. Make sure that that is the absolute most up-to-date file. Cool. All right, so here we go. We have the Terrified Adventurer, which was the latest one we created back in 2019. And so this is basically a file that's laid out so that everything is kind of going to sit on top of a very, very specific torso shape, right? So all limbs will kind of match. Should have a decent amount too. Too strong. All those abs. Yeah, so they all share the same silhouette. So that means that all arms, all legs, all heads will kind of like be able to have a good sitting on this. And it also has enough kind of wiggle room that when Andrew kind of puts in a little bit of magic to kind of animate them, they don't kind of wiggle too far out of place. I know there's some clipping that can happen with them, but overall it's pretty minimal. So we can probably go for the the default, the soft copy, and we'll just kind of turn on all the parts. I'll turn off the head with the hat, because that's basically a duplicate of the head, and then we add the hat asset on top for when you're kind of sending out a premium kind of hunt to get that extra good loot. And so what we'll do is I'll probably grab the generic blank copy of the head. So we have kind of like, here is a good base shape to build off of. Same with the arms. Nice, just lumpy, generic shape. It's great. And the legs. It's also nice that I have this as the topmost layer. It's much easier to kind of get access to that. So this is, do we actually have this as an option? Just like smooth. The supple snowman. I don't know if this is an option. I should just add this blank face. Okay, kind of creepy actually. All right, so what we'll want to do is basically just open the floor to suggestions. What would you like to see as kind of a character traits? What would be fun for these characters? Obviously, I need to kind of like make it fit within the parameters of how the system works. But we could have fun. Let's see. Thank you, Jan. I am well. When is the Great Winter Hunt starting? I do not have the start or end date for the event itself. It's probably going to be pretty similar to previous years, however. We've gotten pretty good at kind of like building that good kind of runway for developing the content without any kind of crunch or anything. We haven't actually had to crunch for years and years and years, which is amazing, and you know, something that the rest of the game development industry should try to figure out, because it's not healthy, and you make worse products when you crunch. It's just not a good idea. All right. Ooh, a fairy type snowman. We could put like so because the body is the layer behind the arms and the head. If we decided to put like wings on it, you know, like little fairy wings, it would be totally doable, because you know, even though the arms would kind of like get in the way, the arms would be in front, logically. I believe that the torso is above the feet, or is the feet above the torso? I think the feet might actually be above the torso. Yes. Okay, that's cool. That works. So yeah, the torso can actually extend out. I know that the ones that I showed actually demonstrated that it really does not change its silhouette. Cutting into the silhouette, removing from it is a problem, because if you have arms overlapping that and there's this weird gap because, you know, you cut out like a section here or something like that, that would look wrong. I kind of have the arms and stuff kind of fade gently into the body, so it's very blended together. However, extending it out is less of a problem. You know, I could move this up here, make the body like extra thick or something like that. However, you would get weird kind of, you know, the arm would look wrong, kind of the way it would be rendered in front of that. So that doesn't work very well either. However, the wings being attached onto its back and kind of like behind everything, that specifically would totally work. So I like the idea of kind of like a cute little snow fairy. So I'd say let's do that one. I think it'll be like a relatively quick one to do. And the thing is, we don't need to necessarily kind of like do all the parts for an idea. You know, we could just be like, oh, let's give it wings. Okay, that's nice. We don't need to be like, okay, so what does the fairy's hands and feet and stuff look like? You know, we can just do individual parts. And that'd actually probably be quicker. Just trying to figure out what kind of wing shape I want. I suppose I could turn off the arms as well, although that's probably a good thing to reference. I also need to be aware of kind of like what the bounding box essentially is, because of the way it kind of like is put on top of the HUD. I need to kind of like make sure it's not overextending because of the kind of like thing that they sit inside of. Though I think it should be okay. I want there to be a little bit more overlap. Something like that might be okay. Fine point, don't want there. So because they're made of snow and they're friendly, I generally try to keep soft, rounded corners, like no sharp edges. Um, can we get a leak design for the new Relic Hunter bases? No, I, I, I will not do that. The thing is with the Relic Hunter season is there's not a ton of like new um, assets that get put into it. There's not like a new character to go hunt. Um, you're not kind of like, collecting 50 new kind of like trinkets and ingredients to do things. It's kind of like, you know, here's two new limited bases that you have to like, do the mapping season to earn, and um, that's what it's about. So I don't think it'd be very kind of fair to kind of spoil that. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Um, these fairy wings themselves, uh, I'm kind of picturing them as ice crystals. In which case, having there be kind of like some pointed kind of elements is fine, because that is kind of that language of the material, right? So I've probably talked about this before, but the actual like way that ice forms is very specific, kind of like forget the actual term of the shape. The geometric shape is basically 6 points, though. They kind of like 60-degree kind of angles growing out for each other. Blah, blah. I don't know. I talk about all this like weird technical stuff with like minerals and stuff, and I don't actually know the terms and all that jazz. But essentially, what I'm thinking is for the wings, if we have a kind of like ice crystal formation for them, that would be kind of neat. That said, these are going to be small enough that high levels of detail will not necessarily read. So I don't want to overdo that. The simpler it is, the better, probably, just for when you're actually like looking at it in game, it's clear what it is, right? If it's too detailed, too noisy, you actually could end up having a worse image, even though it's like, ooh, that looks even cooler. There's so much going on. But yeah, less is more is a very good rule. So yeah. There's also quite a lot of like interesting symmetry that happens with ice formations, I believe. Um, but I don't actually know for certain. So I'm just going to go with what kind of I like when it comes to creating pretty looking ice crystals. What I think I'll do is I'll kind of have that kind of patterning, but it's still within like a thin flake of ice or something like that. So it still has like the wing profile. Like we're not going to have like little spindly kind of like jagged points, but just kind of more like this embossed kind of crystal look to the actual wing itself. And basically, I'm just going to do it on one half and then flip it and use that for the other. It'll just make it more consistent looking. Like I don't need the asymmetry for this itself. If I want, I could kind of like transform the opposite side a little bit and like angle it if I want to kind of make sure that it has that quality. Hello, Roxanne. Yeah, snowflake wings. yeah, so yeah, essentially, we can just do like, oh, what if one's wearing boxing gloves or it has an alligator head? Like, we don't need to do a full set of parts, you know. I'm totally down with doing a full set. Um, so if we have like really great ideas that we're like, oh, we need this. This is wonderful. We can do that. But otherwise, you know, just share ideas for parts you think would be fun to kind of like roll up and combine into other things. Not sure that this here feels like it's working. I mean, it's honestly going to be covered by the arms quite a bit anyways, so as long as it has the kind of that thinner ice look to it. And I can actually have transparency on this so that the backdrop shows through a little bit. But what will be key for making this really work is just making sure that the colors, the render, the lighting, that kind of stuff kind of like mimics what you would expect out of kind of like a thin ice sheet. And actually, if we were going a little more kind of like accurate, you actually get kind of more of these kinds of like you know, growth like this, where it kind of like spreads out and they start to intersect, and kind of like, I don't know, it's really cool. Like if you ever watched ice freeze, like a time lapse of ice freezing, or rather slowed down footage of ice freezing, because it actually can happen super fast. The ice formation is crazy. So kind of feeling like this is fine. It's very, it doesn't feel like particularly awesomely balanced. Like it's noisy, but when it's just kind of rendered and small, I think that's fine. Like I kind of want more like big and small elements to kind of read cleaner, but I think that honestly, the sketch gives the idea-ish, but when I render it, that'll kind of like be where the actual quality of it comes from. So I'm like, we don't already have this, do we? I don't think we do, because it would have to be done on the torso level, unless I gave wings for arms before, but I don't believe that I did. And that'd be kind of funny if I do this torso, and then we also have arm wings, and you combine them together, and it's just like the many-winged golem, kind of like the oh shoot, the harpy mouse. The Rift version has like, I don't know, like 17 wings. I believe it's an odd number on purpose. I did that as a live stream, many years ago, very many years ago. And I basically was like, all right, what do we do? More wings? Okay. More wings it is. And then there were more wings. Okay. So I'm not like super thrilled about the kind of overall shape. It doesn't quite feel right. But I do believe that it's going to be pretty great regardless. That should be good. Okay. So I feel like we're within the bounds. Let me check to make sure I don't have a clipping system set up. No, I do not. Okay, cool. I was worried that maybe like I actually have a, when I output this, it's actually cropping it to like inside this. But I believe this bounds just kind of was an earlier thing to kind of give me enough room for kind of like elements to kind of float if they need to extend a bit further. Because otherwise I do try and fill a space. But when it comes to kind of like a modular system like this, it's good to have kind of like a really intentionally kind of set up space where you can push the boundary a little bit, but within reason, and this kind of gives me an indicator of that. I don't know if that made any sense, but there you go. All right, so let's give this a flip. And move it to this side. So what's interesting is the torso is actually just organically drawn and is not actually, you know, symmetrical. So none of the characters are in general, which is fine. Kind of gives it its own little charm, I guess. Lower wings could be a tiny bit longer, may balance the overall a bit. That's fair. I will try that. Putting the arms in front, that might also make a difference. So I'm just going to throw this behind. Why is it covering that arm? Shouldn't this be all arms? Oh, right. Because these layers are separated. I shall merge them. Okay, so the top actually feels almost too big. I think those wings are too big. But the bottom might be okay as is. I'm going to adjust the top first. So I'm just going to save a duplicate of it in case I want to go back. I don't want to like undo everything. If I pull this in, maybe kind of bring it up and it's a tough one because the arms will kind of like completely change how well it works. So what I'm thinking is maybe this extends further. I like the idea of the top wing being like 3 times as big as the bottom one though. But I also think that I don't want the top wing to be huge. And, okay. Undo that. Too much weird scaling happening. So I'm going to shrink that down quite a bit, and I'm also going to shrink this down even more. Just kind of make them cute little wings where it's like, it's poking out. You know that that's there. Different torsos might cover that, for all we know, right? That is entirely possible. But I like the idea of these wings being a little more kind of like, you know, like how a bumblebee has like that big body and tiny wings. I kind of want more of that sense out of it. This just kind of felt a little too kind of like these wings are massive, but I want these to be more of a cute, almost decorative piece for the character, right? So let's use this, see if we like that better. And I already think I do. Oop. Yeah. And with the contrast for the insides of the wings being, you know, just quite dark, it kind of like messes with the end result, how that's going to look in the end. But I definitely feel better about this. So that is good. All right, move this up and see what it looked like before. Yeah, like those wings were just like actually like it looks like, I don't know, the golem would grab it and like use that to kind of fly or something. Like they're not actually, you know, wings attached to the character, but they're like strapped to its back and it tries to glide with them or something weird. Whereas this, it does feel like it's kind of, you know, actually attached to their back. I am going to move these in a bit. There's a good chance that the torsos could completely clip these out, but I think that's probably acceptable. Because it's kind of like, all right, well, depends on what parts you choose to go with this, and that's just how it's going to roll on that design. That's fine. But just to be sure, I'm going to move this below the torso, and we'll try out a different set of torsos. Hello, it's supposed to go behind. There we go. Okay. So let's see what the different torsos do. So it's like this cape here does kind of risk kind of like covering it exactly, but overall not concerned about that. The wings still read on the outsides of it. I think there are different heads that might also kind of be a lot, but I don't know. I think they work pretty well. I guess the question is, do we want kind of like anything for the torso itself to go with the wing design, right? Santa. Yeah. So that's totally good. Arms should be interesting. But let's keep going with the torsos, see if there's any that like really don't work. Although, actually, what am I thinking? It's going to have a set torso. So, you know, you're not going to get these different versions, right? It's whatever one we create for it. So, ignore me. It's really only how the hands and the heads interact, or the arms. So, totally fine. Yeah, I'm not concerned about how these will work out. I think we're good. And also, like as I mentioned, when they're actually in game, we do kind of like a cute little wiggle with them to kind of like give it a bit of life. So even if it covers, you know, when it's static, there's a good chance that when it wiggles, it's not going to interfere. This one's even better to wiggle, actually. I like this one. Yay! All right, cool. So we got mittens, got the very strongs, knight, and just actual snowman arms. Cool. So I think we're good on all of the overlaps. So honestly, I'm just down with rendering the wings and then seeing if we want to do something fun with the torso. And I think with the ice wings, it might be cool to explore like ice elements on the torso, or just leave it. Maybe having just kind of like cute wings is enough. Bumblebee wings are more oval. Oh, interesting. That would actually probably be even cuter too. So maybe that is the direction it should go. I think I can safely delete those. I mean, yeah, if we want to get technical about it, but so here's the thing. I kind of take the Dragon's Drake, and I forget the third category, Wyvern approach, where essentially certain creatures are actually like six limbs, where like dragons have you know, their hind legs and front legs and actual like wings on their backs, right? Versus like the drakes, where they have kind of like winged arms and kind of like walk around that way. And actually, you can see that in the Queso Canyon adventure. We actually classified those internally on the art team and kind of have our own set of rules for kind of like what ones get to have this type of wing set, where essentially the lower tiers kind of like have arm wings and the higher tier have like back wings. So we actually have like our own kind of like, you know, what is the kind of like biological, okay, well, we have our own kind of like system for that. So having wings on their back and arms, totally a thing that happens in MouseHunt, and sometimes it is arm wings for sure. Yeah, inserts types of dragons diagram. Yeah, totally. And hey, so here's the other thing. We can totally put arm wings, you know? Why not? And then when you roll it up, you could have back wings and arm wings. As I mentioned before, it could be a lot of fun to like have that combo for a character. So, I guess one thing I wanted to quickly try is the more oval shaped wings, because that was mentioned, and kind of thinking on that, I'm like, oh, that could be cuter. It might be less kind of snowflake feeling, but I think already kind of the silhouette of it isn't going to give that snowflake feeling. It's the actual kind of texture and rendering that we give it. So that's perhaps cuter. Maybe give it just a little bit of a point at the end, just a smidge. Just want to give it kind of like that fairy wing sense, and I kind of feel like sometimes that's an element. Although I almost kind of want it to be more like that, where it kind of pulls in the base of it. But then again, that feels like it's kind of more. If we could see more of the wing, it might be easier to pull that off. But you know, the torso and arms are going to cover so much of it. We could also even kind of like explore more of the actual like crystalline kind of growths as opposed to the very kind of like cartoony. I mean, you still see this. That's more of a zoomed out view of this kind of thing even. But, okay, well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I like that better. I think I do actually like a little bit more roundness in the shape. I'm just not sure how I want to render it actually. But if we just start rendering it, I'll figure that out. We shall solve that shortly. Okay, so yeah, I like it a little more rounded. I like this kind of internal, kind of simple design pattern. So I think we'll just go ahead with that. And honestly, like, there are a lot of times when I'm working on something and I'm like, I don't know if this is quite what I want. I don't know if it's working. But it is basically kind of easy to actually get to where I want during the rendering process. So I try not to overthink and overworry it, just because that's where I like to kind of land with stuff personally. You know, I can work on a sketch for hours and hours and hours, and it's good to have a good sketch that is like what you want it to be. Like, if you start with a bad sketch, then you're just setting yourself up for failure. But sometimes, like, the sketch is fine, the like shapes and stuff are good, but you're not kind of capturing the essence of it because part of that comes from potentially the render. Like, honestly, even just lightening the internal stuff kind of gives more of that quality that I wanted to get out of it. And right now I'm just really trying to get particular about what this silhouette looks like. So I feel like that is still very important. It's going to read better than anything else about this specific design, so making sure that that is right is important. But I do like it kind of coming in a little bit towards the center. It feels more, I guess, insect-like. Not that that's necessarily what I want it to to speak to, but it's a little more bumblebee. Cool. Okay. So I think that silhouette is what I wanted. Now, I should probably just keep doing this behind the torso. Okay. I think that that's fine. I can always tweak it. I don't need to obsess over it. All right, so let us duplicate this. Flip. This time I'm just keeping it in the same layer. Okay, and I think I'll actually just rotate it up a bit. It's a little more kind of unique pose with it being kind of not perfectly symmetrical. Cool. All right, I'm good with this. So what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate the copy here, hide that, because we're going to preserve that at the top as our working layer. And using this as our base, I'm going to create a layer behind it. However, I'm going to move the sketch up on top and turn the sketch down to 30%. Hello? It does not want to. Oh, my numlock was turned off. Okay, we're good. So on the layer behind the torso, I'm just going to use a fully opaque brush to just fill in a solid color. And I'm going to go with a little bit more of a saturated icy blue. Because what we're going to do is we're going to make this a little bit see-through. So having some nice kind of strong color and saturation will help it to carry over. All right, and that might be a bit too sharp a point on that wing tip. So I'm just going to soften that. There we go. Okay. And we'll drop the opacity down to, let's say, 62%. And toss the arms in front. And so what we'll do is we'll create another layer on top where we can have like highlights that kind of stand out. Okay, I'm going to move the sketch down between the torso. Cool. So it looks a little muddy because of the yellow kind of background, right? But I believe the golems sit in front of kind of like a darker blue, more like this. I should actually consult what the HUD itself does, but overall, I think that the wing kind of color is okay like this. Maybe I'll actually give it like a gradient. So I'll grab this color and we'll go a little bit darker and bluer, just kind of like create a little bit more of a gradient there. I think that's okay. And again, we'll put it back down. And now we're going to do a layer on top of this and grab kind of that icy blue color, but we're going to brighten it up, lose some of that saturation, and basically kind of give some wing tips here. So we're kind of just highlighting that edge. It's kind of like, you know, catching the light on that different plane. Also, I gotta turn the arms off, otherwise I'm gonna not render all of it as I should. Okay. All right, and then we'll turn this sketch back on so we can see kind of like what we want to do with a pattern. And actually, I'll do this as another layer as well, just so it's easier to mess around with it if we need to. And I'm basically going to be just kind of loosely using the sketch as a guide for how I might lay this out. But as I mentioned, I'm going to try and like figure it out in the rendering. So I won't be sticking to this too firmly. Frosty leaves, indeed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you were right. The original Dragon Mouse that I made, like year one, that is actually a Wyvern. It has the wings attached to the kind of like the rotator, whatever the arm comes out. Like it's actually, I believe, the way that I rendered it, it's like its hand kind of, if it wanted to, it would open its fingers and pull out its wings. Yeah, I made that way long time ago, and if we were following the rules that we set down later, that would not be called the Dragon Mouse. But you know what? Early days. That was when the hunters discovered that mouse, and they're like, "This is clearly a dragon, so it is the Dragon Mouse." And then we like created an entire, class of dragon mice. So it's just how those things go. Don't blame me. I don't name the characters, so there we go. I'll shunt the blame off to the other devs. There's like different zoologists kind of classifying characters, and they have their own different rules. And so I'm thinking on one of these, I'm going to use kind of the more cutesy kind of patterned way of kind of creating snowflakes. Which, I don't know, like, because I'm not working from a central point and kind of like going outward, it's kind of harder to like really show that kind of like cool snowflake pattern. But maybe I'm just not doing it right. It just didn't quite feel like it was being a very good snowflake. Honestly, I think I was just trying to shove too many lines into it. I probably still am. I think the beauty of like that kind of pattern is just how kind of clear and simple it can be. You're like, yep, that's a snowflake, right? So like this already does feel more like, the snowflake symbology that you would expect, right? So that's also fine. It's just kind of like captivating that or capturing that idea. I almost want this one to extend out so this can kind of create its own facets. Actually, this might be the way to do it. And this come out, this comes out, and creates its own here. You would think with how obsessed I kind of get with these things that I would actually like know the like rules about exactly how they can form and grow, but I do not. I certainly render it like I think I know. So that kind of feels a little closer. What I am actually kind of thinking might look neat is kind of like a little bit more like so, where it's like there's stuff growing and kind of like interfering with each other, and it just has that kind of like hexagonal kind of like patterning to it. It's like this to me feels like ice as well, right? I don't know. Not quite. I think that, yeah, maybe this kind of really generic ice pattern. Honestly, the one on the right almost feels like it's the best of both worlds. So that might be it. And again, honestly, like, I don't want to spend all day working on a single set of wings that, like, you won't be able to really appreciate the detail of anyways. So if it feels like ice, then mission accomplished. Yeah, I like the idea of trying to make it feel more like ice crystals. However, that said, I think it's like doable, but I should probably just use reference, and it would probably look quite different from what we have right now. So. I like that. Thought I liked that. I don't think I like that. Okay. There you go. It's not following all the rules as I think they should, but okay. Okay. We'll get this. We'll get this. Almost there. It's like every time I'm like, all right, I'm moving on from this thing. I never actually do. I'm always like, wait, no, I got it this time. This time I know. Honestly, they could just be intersecting. So honestly, this does kind of have both elements kind of working, and there's even potentially some feeling of kind of like layers to this. So you know what? He's fine. Cool. We'll go with that. Oh, goodbye. Deselect. So Alright, now I'm just gonna not grab that. There we go. Okay. Copy this over and give it a flip and adjust slightly. Deselect. Maybe just adjust this just a little bit more here. Okay, and actually I'm going to bring this one down a bit because I want it to be relatively subtle. Okay, so that is fine. That is fine. And now the work is going to be on the actual the highlight to make this work. So let's see if we can do that. So I just want to like grab a couple of areas where there might be like a little kind of facet, just kind of catching some of the light as it kind of like goes through the material. And actually what might look really good is having kind of like some really saturated areas that would be a bit of the shadow, and just kind of like having that light kind of enhanced there. Because then it would be as if the light's passing through this kind of thin material and kind of bouncing around inside and bouncing out, kind of picking up or having some of the wavelength kind of absorbed out. This kind of has like this almost like gross organic feel now, like this like you know, slimy mold. That's not what I want it to read as. So mission failed, unless we're going for the ice slime fairy torso, which sweet. Okay, so how to fix that? I think that the shine here, the specularity, is perhaps a little too intense. It's kind of like giving this like very wet surface with kind of like softer, kind of like, you know, overlapping kind of like tendrils. The way that that's set up, so that does not work. The gradient that I got going is a start though, but I think what it actually needs is a lot more kind of like stronger saturation. Let's see, that would be on the bottom part of it, where the light is kind of like going through the material and kind of like coming out the other side, I guess. And then I think I might actually want to wash out some of the top end of it. Okay, I don't know. I honestly, time to look at reference. I should have done this a while ago. What would be a good search term for this? Thin ice sheet. Yeah. So that's another thing that I should have kind of like thought of, is almost like cracked ice could be a cool way to show that. But also when you have like a thin transparent material like ice, the edges are actually wet where the light is going to be kind of like happening, right? So yeah, this just looks like a slime mold to me, you know. So I don't like it now. You know, I think it really is mostly just these internal highlights that need to go. I think if I kind of keep this as flat as possible, but it has these internal kind of like facets, that's kind of cool. And just like really punching up the edges would be good. The wings resemble candy. I mean, that's cool too. Like that's much better than slime mold. Some weird blue slime mold. But what would actually potentially work is actually having the light coming from the bottom edge too, because this is a transparent material. The light is passing through at all kinds of angles, and so anytime that there's like a strong kind of like surface shift, you're actually going to get some like refraction. And so at the very bottom of this, you actually get light kind of bouncing back at you. And if I like really saturate that, that's going to feel more like it's the inside material bouncing that light. Whereas on the top, you have more of the light source itself being reflected. So this here, now that feels even more candy-like to me, right? And then if I have these kind of like saturated glows happening on the facets themselves, but not like a weird ribbed edge, we're going to get more of like, okay, these are crackling kind of like formations inside the ice as opposed to some lumpy, greasy surface, right? So this here now feels a little bit more like that is an ice property, right? So I like that a lot better already. And I'm even going to go like pure white for the reflection here, and maybe just a little bit of kind of like rougher texture to kind of like give a feeling of what that surface would feel like, you know. So that's got a little bit more texture. I don't want it to be rounded so much though. So something like that. Yeah, so I feel like that's a little better. I think this might need to be a little more gradual, a little less intense there. Okay, that might be fine. Even just having this glow happen right at the very outer edges is enough. This kind of makes me think of when I've worked with like lighting props with like LEDs. You kind of hit it at a side angle and scuff up the surface so that the light kind of bounces out of it. It's a fun little technique. Okay. It's okay. Not perfect, but it is fine. Again, these are going to be like really small. You'll be like, yep, that's wings-ish. In fact, I'm probably going to make sure that it feels even more wing-like by just kind of giving that almost spine to it. I could keep going. I don't want to overthink it too much. It's like, it's not working great, but I think, you know, I think it's clear enough, right? It works. So we got all these layers are our wing set here, and this has lowered opacity, so it will be kind of working off of the backdrop itself. So if there's like this yellow glow, that can kind of come through. So that's great. Also, I think that they like hop up and down, and kind of like the backdrop they're in front of, you'll actually be able to see a bit of that transparency when they do that too. So that's cool. All right, well, I'm good with that. So I'm going to merge all that together into one. And we can also decide if we want to kind of like do anything with the torso itself. Which I think might be nice. I suppose just to be on the safe side, I'm going to merge the wings together for now. A little easier to edit these separately. Okay, so for this torso, do we want to do anything to make that special and unique? The wings are good. It's just if we wanted to, like, I don't know, give it a bow tie or something. Yeah, specular light is quite tricky. It's true. All right. Angel wings. Yeah. Yeah. Jacob's Frosty Leaves. Delicious. Balanced cereal, or part of your balanced diet, or whatever they always say that makes it sound healthy. All right. Let's see. What would it have for its torso, if anything? Honestly, I'm pretty okay leaving it as is, unless people later are like, oh, you should totally have this. So let's move on and do a different part. Should we give a new set of feet, a new head, different arms? What do we want? Oh, General Driller, yes. Welcome back, Lewis. That's awesome. Always glad to have people return, especially after like such hiatus. That is awesome. If you don't mind, I'm curious what brought you back. You know, what kind of like captivated your kind of return, and you know, all that jazz. Because you know it's very interesting to developers of a project, and you know, you're in the game industry. That's amazing. Well, congrats. That's very cool. Well done. Well done indeed. Took a 2-year hiatus in 2011. I think actually like quite a few people have taken MouseHunt hiatus and then like came back. It's kind of like, I don't know. I think it's one of those projects where it's always there, you know. So you know you might burn out at one point and kind of be like, just life happens. But you know when you think about it, you're like, oh, I remember that. You sound the horn, and then there's kind of fun, cool events and new things to discover. And you know, it's just a game that's well suited to just play in the background. You know, a bit overwhelmed. That is totally fair. 8 years is a lot to catch up on, but you don't need to like rush it. You don't need to kind of like get to the current end game. It'll be there. You know, the hardest part about the game, I think, is just like knowing what you're supposed to be doing and how and when and stuff like that. So my advice is generally to look at the adventure, the adventure book. What do we call that? I should know the name of this thing. Yeah, above your hunter's journal, there's the like the adventure kind of tome thingy. And basically, you can just kind of go through that chronologically to catch up. But also, like some of the earlier areas we've compressed. We're still working on more compression for it to make it even smoother, especially for brand new players, because the beginning of the game is rough and bad. So yeah, hopefully that helps though. If you just kind of like do the things listed there, you should be able to just keep going. And you know, your friends might be able to kind of like be like, oh, go get this thing, it's pretty great. And then also, hey, good timing to return as well. Event season is a fantastic way to kind of catch up, because we like to give out kind of early mid traps that have like really good utility, for kind of like, I guess, pretty random stuff sometimes, but we tend to get a nice spread of helpful things for the kind of like the mid hunter. So yeah, being here the full 13 years and still love it. That's amazing, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support and just awesomeness. You know, that's incredible. I'm also, you know, I mean, I work on the project, so I'm a little biased, but yeah, I've been here the whole time hunting nonstop. Um, Although, you know, I'm definitely not as kind of avid a hunter as many of you out there, so don't judge. Uh, yeah, I mean, I love hearing all kinds of different journeys. You know, even just kind of like brand new hunters, or actually quite a few people I know had played it, like personal friends and stuff had played it when we launched it, right? Like very beginning, they would have, you know, their MouseHunt ID within the first 100 people. You know, and as a friend supporting thing, they tried it out and they kind of like, you know, did some adventures and got to kind of like whatever point, but then eventually just kind of like forgot about it, and like, you know, now they've like picked it up again and been like, oh man, if you like actually get to this point in the game, it's amazing. So it's it's the getting people through some of the rough spots that we really are still working at and trying to figure out. We're getting there. We have like a few newer members on the team who are more kind of like focused on fixing those difficult areas of the game, which is amazing. We've been wanting to do that for like a decade at least, and we just haven't had the kind of like, the internal kind of structure set up, and resources to pull that off. So we're finally doing that, and we're also like looking at the possibility of kind of like doing some pretty good overhauling of the systems, which would allow us to do so much more if we can actually get that pulled off too. Like, you know, like we talk about tournaments and like elements like that, where it's kind of like there's really cool potential, and people really enjoy elements of the content, but there are definitely improvements to be made. However, it's like not feasible necessarily to actually like dig into the core systems, because a lot of them are very deeply rooted and would require some like pretty intense reworks to actually get it where it should be. So it's really hard to do that when we're kind of like, okay, well, we need to make sure we're working on new permanent content. We need to make sure that the the events are fresh and interesting and has, you know, that like appeal and reward and is exciting, kind of keeps that liveliness of the game. So it can be very hard to be like, okay, we need 6 months to kind of do this thing at least, or something like that, and you know, our you know, senior devs are kind of on that thing. It's hard to pull off. Okay, so I think the wings work pretty well. So I'm happy moving on from those. If there's any kind of tweaks we want to do later, we can figure that out then. Easy peasy. Let's get some fresh new ideas for what we would like to do for other parts, or full character if we want. We'll go on lunch in 24 minutes, or 34 minutes. So got a bit of time. Start up another kind of like sketch at least, and render that after lunch, and I'll probably wrap up after that. I would love to get like at least a set, you know, done for the event, and we may not do it today, right? But I don't want to have a repeat of last year where it's like no new parts. You know, I want like a full set or two. But I'll do it on stream here, but I'll have more time to work on them later too, hopefully. So, all right, Dragon slash Icewing Golem next. The chicken legs. Chicken legs are pretty fun, actually. Okay, so chicken legs are a challenge, but maybe. Okay, so here's the thing about chicken legs. So first of all, we have very stumpy kind of range to work with. They need to overlap the torso in a interesting and effective way. Let's see what other legs we have, though. We might have some good examples. Okay. But chicken legs are fun and interesting because the way that they bend is going to be a hard thing to do well at this specific angle with the limitations we have. So if I turn on all the legs, we can kind of see how far, like how low they tend to be. So we'll say, with a bit of generosity, this line here is kind of like the lowest we want the feet to go. It's not a lot of room. Also, they need to blend with the torso, right? So maybe we can kind of like have some wide thighs. And do the kind of like turned in feet might also help. But yeah, just to kind of like go back to what I was saying before, chicken legs are interesting because they go back, like that. So from the front, like straight on profile, it's like such a difficult thing to kind of show them kind of receding, and it's doable. And we've drawn a lot of chicken legs at this point, thanks to the Halloween event. But also that is kind of more the Baba Gaga kind of character for MouseHunt with the hut, right? So although chicken legs is fun and relevant currently, I could see that being kind of like I don't know why we decided to go with that for Christmas, for Great Winter Hunt. But it is kind of fun. So I'll leave that sketch in case we decide to keep it. And it kind of works. I mean, it's just bird feet, right? Bird feet are totally a thing. Why not? And then we can do wings. And then we'll have wings on wings with bird feet and a beak. Why not? Right? The boiling cauldron trap is missing chicken legs. It needs them. We'll have to add a trap skin later with chicken legs on it, right? The cauldron is floating through magic. Math Awakening, 13 years of MouseHunt without any hiatus. Welcome to the club. Yeah. Yeah, any level of hiatus is incredible, Like 2 years, 8 years, none. It's all good. Just cool that, found your way back and are enjoying it, right? That's the real goal for us. Is if you are currently enjoying the game, then that makes me happy. Because honestly, there's elements of the game where it's like, yeah, I don't blame people for like not always playing all the time forever, right? It's not necessarily what it should be, anyways, right? Like you don't want to make a kind of predatory game, right? You don't want something that's like forcing people to just always exist in it, and it's not actually fun. It's just like they're invested in terms of like how much effort they've put in that they just have to, right? That's not a great way to have a healthy kind of game experience where it's rewarding, right? It's much more important that you're enjoying it and you want to do this and it's rewarding and you're having a good time, and it's, part of the design is very much it's something you play passively. It's really easy to just kind of like not have it get in the way. You pull out your phone, you hit a little button, and you made progress. And then like later when you have a little bit of free time, you can kind of hop in, sort some of your cheese and change your trap setup or whatever you need to do, and you're good to go. That's kind of like the cool thing about it, and it is actually completely free to play. You never have to actually like pay anything to do everything, right? Like it is very intentionally, there is no like requirement to fund us, right? Just kind of a cool thing that people can do to help support the project because they love it. And honestly, I think that kind of philosophy is one of the reasons why the game still exists. So we actually care about the user experience and making it a healthy thing. Now, is our balance perfect and tuned exactly how we all want it? No, that is a very, very, very hard thing to do. But we do try to be aware of any issues with that, address it, and meet player expectations. It's very, very important. And of course, we want to make sure that there is good goals for the players to look forward to and challenge themselves with, but also like trying to make sure that they're not like, oh, you absolutely are required to do this thing. That would be an insane endeavor, but it's an option if you want it. It's kind of a little more above and beyond. It can be hard to kind of like make sure that conveys how we need it to, though. Like the upgrades, I've definitely brought this up a few times. The upgrades for the floating islands was kind of like we intended them to be more of a kind of like above and beyond non-requirement, but because they were placed inside the shop, it kind of creates this aspect of like, no, because they're here and they're like a clear unlock, they're totally a requirement. Whereas throughout the game, there's actually a lot of upgrades to the traps and stuff that you can bypass completely, and later areas fill in. It's kind of more like if you have the time and resources, those are fun things to go and collect on the side, and they'll help you out for a time. And obviously, due to kind of like the rate of content and relevancy of traps and all that jazz, the best in slot from the floating islands is going to remain top tier for a good amount of time, right? But eventually they will be outclassed. And so if you are kind of coming through the content, you don't need to necessarily spend all that time getting all the jewels to upgrade all the traps, because there will be different avenues eventually. But those will probably remain top tier due to the effort required for quite some time. I don't see those being outclassed anytime soon at all. But yeah, that said, because we kind of realized the way that we staged it, it is a lot more of a like requirement. And people wanted that, right? They wanted to actually be like, no, this is a fine goal. We've done the adventures, and now we are on trap collection, and we're having fun, kind of like doing maps and all kinds of stuff. Making sure that it is doable for an individual who is kind of like playing effectively and has the kind of like willingness to kind of like do the area for a good amount of time. It is definitely a feasible thing, especially with the more recent content that we've been putting in. Why did I get on this? Was I talking about chicken feet and I somehow went all the way over there? That sounds likely. Okay, so we have our sketch. I'm actually going ahead with it. I don't think it's as bad or as difficult as I had worried. It's just bird feet, right? So I'm going to move this above. This is my backup or reference for future feet. This is the layer I'm going to be kind of rendering on, and I actually don't need most of it. So because these are like snow golems, they're basically made of snow and ice, and so we have kind of those different properties to kind of like create these parts out of. And sometimes we can add other elements like, you know, sticks and coal. So whatever seems logical for, you know, a snow golem, we can use as a material. But to start with, I generally will just kind of use this kind of packed snow. That works pretty well. I'm thinking for the feet, though, we could use like ice. That could look neat. So we'll go kind of like a darker blue. What we'll actually probably want to do is actually go quite dark, and then smack some highlights on that to kind of like give it this kind of thicker, kind of carved ice, I guess you could say, like I sculpted. Again, I should, before I really get ahead of myself, pull up some reference. So I'm going to take a look at a sculpture. So what I'm suspecting is the kind of like the outer edges are going to be what's capturing the light. And then in the center, you're going to have kind of like the transparency. So you're going to see through it and you're not going to get the light kind of like, unless it's reflecting a surface or a source of light, it'll be dark, right? So I'll do this and use a occlusion brush should be okay for this. Just kind of making the center of it darker than the edges. Because essentially the light is kind of going straight through it, whereas at the sides it's starting to bend and angle and pick up more and more. It's like sort of the Fresnel effect, but not actually. It's like it's basically the same things happening, but for different reasons, I believe. Okay. So here, if I kind of like get some specular highlights like on the toes, you'll kind of like be able to see it's a little bit more of this kind of transparent material. I'm actually going to make it actually transparent, because if we have like a changing background behind it, being able to actually like see through it would kind of help that effect. These toes are kind of weird. Turn off the sketch to help see what's going on. Like this lump here seems odd. Like where it's kind of like the surface is turning away from us, we're going to get more kind of surface kind of colored in. We're not going to see through it, right? It's kind of the planes that are facing us directly we'll be able to see through a bit easier. But plane changes are going to interfere with that transparency a bit. And then we can do like a little bit of dusting on it to kind of like give it this, you know, this cold frozen surface where like stuff sticks to it. You know, it's snow. that's happening in the area that's going to stick to it. So again, we'll kind of fix those highlights here just to kind of like give it that polished shininess, right? So it feels a little bit more like a reflective ice surface, right? And then we can even kind of add some, just a little bit of shadow on some parts. And it's probably not really going to be noticeable for most of it, but when we have kind of like, if there is any opportunity for the background to kind of like see through, that subtle difference in how that works can kind of play out into something interesting. So hopefully that feels a bit like ice. I wanted to say glass, but that's the goal there. And then I think I'll just give it a little bit of, let's see, speckle. That's probably a good brush for this. Do this as the layer on top. Let's clip to it. Is this brush doing anything? It is hard to tell. That one's not that one. Alright, I'm going to unclip this and... that is why it is massive. Okay. So not that brush either. Stubble brush. How about you? Stubble brush works. That's what I want. So here I am, completely zoomed in, doing absolutely impossible to see details as I do. There we go. Even with the zoom that we have, you can't tell that that did anything. So, great. Okay, so let's do the thighs. We'll use our regular brush and make sure we're on the correct layer. Okay, so the question is, how should this overlap? Because this will have, it'll be affected by what the torso that's chosen is, so we're going to have to swap around with a few and make sure that this actually looks okay for all the torsos that we have. And then just kind of make sure that they blend into the parts. The lights, the thighs blend into the torso nicely. That shadow feels bad. Okay, try blending this now. Good blender brush does a lot of work. It still feels a bit weird. I feel like we're getting too far up onto the torso, but if we just kind of like swap out some different torsos, we'll be able to tell pretty quick if it's a good thing or bad. All right, so this is the winged thing. That's just kind of standard torso. Yeah, so here's what I was worried about. See how this kind of like covers over the belt in that way? And have to kind of account for that And as well with like a wiggle happening, right? Like when it does that, I can't have that overlap really. It's going to look too weird. And then, yeah, the 2-2 as well has this interference. Like the legs are probably the most restricted out of all the parts because they actually kind of need to give this impression that they're actually behind the torso or under it. Meanwhile, they actually are overlapping on top of the torso in system. This one is forgivable, but it still is kind of a mess. Again, that messes up. This is fine. That has issues as well. Fine, but kind of weird. Yeah, so we're definitely going to have to pull this down. So what I'll do is the one that had the biggest issue, I think, was the 2-2, right? We have a good sense of like how far down elements go thanks to the 2-2, right? So we can't really render up here safely. So we'll leave the 2-2 up. We'll go to the legs and we will adjust. So we'll have to pull it back probably at least that far, right? Because if we have this kind of wiggle thing happening, we want to make sure that it's not going to go over top too easily. But this is fine. This is totally doable. So I'm going to jump back to this, and I just want to pull this in real quick. Covered over the stream chat with work chat. It's one heavy snow chicken. Yeah, I'd like to make a number of different parts, and it might be on multiple streams even. Don't forget to save. That's a great point. Thank you for that. Let me actually do that. I am quite bad at actually saving when I need to. So put this in the correct folder as well. Yeah, first time I'm saving today. It's a bad habit of mine. Thankfully, I've not had any issues with Photoshop kind of losing files, but I actually have, and I know other people who have with Clip Studio, which is the program I'm trying to transition to, so good to have that habit. That does actually have autosaves, but it's only every 15 minutes. I think you can adjust it, but still. That can have issues. You know, they each have their own issues, but some worse than others. Honestly, if I like don't save and I lose stuff, I kind of just blame myself for that. It's bad practice to not save regularly. Okay. So with the thigh being stumpy and coming out like that, that actually does, I think, communicate it pretty decently. Yep, these are bird legs, and that is going back. So it's not actually as bad as I thought. We'll kind of like give that a little bit more dimension there. And I'm going to say just a bit more here too. Okay, we're going to bring the 2-2 back, see how much that messes it up. Okay, it's actually okay. Is it beautiful and perfect? Goodness no. It's a hideous monster, but it's fun. Yeah, a lot of the feet are like quite a bit stumpier, especially like let's see, what is the tallest? Oh, these are torsos. Tallest leg might actually be, yeah, okay, so it's a snowman here, but I think I'm gonna pull the ice feet up. The talons are extended a bit too low compared to others. Um, so let's merge that. Just see if we can slide it up and still feel like it is bird feet. So that's okay there. I think I'm gonna move the one on the right out. Just kind of gives it a bit more of a squat feel. Cool. Okay, I think that actually does work here. Now, do I think it's great? Not really, but it can still dance. I think also the torso that's selected right now is a little bit weird for it, just because of the way the tutu kind of comes out. Other ones, not so bad, right? When it's just kind of this one shape. There's with wings. Okay, I totally want to do wings on wings now. And we're at 20 minutes to go. That one came together quite a bit faster, so that's great. Okay, so there's still a little bit of weirdness with the tucks here, but I think that that's going to be fine. It's like not horribly noticeable. And again, you know, when we're actually looking at these at size, and they're pretty small, right? So let's take a quick look at tucks. Yeah, I think that that's fine. It just kind of looks like the knees sticking out over it, which is weird for a chicken leg, but hey, not all the combinations are going to be perfect together anyways, so saved. All right. Yeah, so the interesting thing is the outfits, like the torso being on top of the legs, in most cases would be ideal. However, um, when it comes to things like the boots, let's see, like a lot of them are made to look like they go behind, but some need to kind of like cut into and overlap. Um, I think it could have worked either way, and in this case, the chicken legs would have been easier if they were behind, but like stuff like this, the like big lumpy kind of snowman torso wouldn't have been able to work. Same with like these boots coming out over top. So it just kind of gives a little more capacity to how the like what I could do as a possibility by having the feet be in front of the torso. Logically, it kind of seems like, well, why would it go that way? It should go the other way. But yeah, like for these cases, it gives me the opportunity to do that. It's just there are strict kind of like systems that I need to like work within. But that just kind of creates interesting um, challenges, you know. Boy, they're really inconsistent, huh? Okay, well, I'm good with that. Jacob Pete. Get rid of the sketch. Jacob Pete. All right, cool. Already got hot tips in the chat today. Can we ever unhunt? I kind of think that there is a sense of it. Bait keep terms are kind of an unhunt. You still catch the character, but you keep the cheese, right? there's the rewind charm where if you fail to catch, you get to like hunt again immediately, right? Trying to think of if there's any other kind of weird exceptions. I think those two are kind of like unhunt capability. But yeah, it like unless it's like a fun zany game mechanic where you like I don't know like Icewing, like you technically catch Icewing, but she beats you and destroys your trap and that kind of thing. Um, and we tried to not do that so much because that's a bit weird and kind of like unclear for some people. So yeah, unhunt might be a bit of a nuanced, weird thing, and we probably won't be exploring that too much. But it does sound like it could be cool. Like, I almost want like nega space where it's like the opposite things, but I don't know, that'd be weird to do. Yep, unhunt. One should never unhunt. Unhunt. It's an interesting word too. All right, let's see. Yeah, honestly, with event season on, it's a great place to hang out, get like incredibly powerful stuff. You get a lot of charms, you get a lot of gold, a lot of like loot for compressing older areas. Like the Great Winter Hunt is going to be the best for kind of like if you're working on an area and you're like, okay, I want to get through it. You can kind of like send all your animated snow golems to that area, and they'll return with useful stuff to apply to that area. And like when you return after the event, you'll probably have like some really good charms and cheeses and like resources that you can then like equip. Like you for areas that have like fuel mechanics where you can kind of like activate the torch to kind of like gain boosted effects. You'll have torch from the golems to kind of give you those boosts. You'll have like materials required for crafting and all kinds of stuff. Even like rare trap parts can be found from the golems and stuff during the Great Winter Hunt. And as well, the Halloween event on right now, there's these like really potent potions that you can create through doing the event. There's like cool trap stuff like that. So and a lot of them also have like cool like trap mechanics for the specialty traps where it's like if you equip this, you'll like generate charms or upgrade charms that you can use. And I don't know, we try to like figure out cool ways to kind of like if you're a passive player, if you kind of like go on hiatus and come back and you're like, what should I be doing? Events can kind of like help you out. It's kind of like, okay, everyone's doing the events. Come do the event, hang out, get cool stuff. And then hopefully because you did that, you'll have some stuff to like, all right, so where am I now in the game? You look at the adventure kind of block and it tells you like, hey, go catch this mouse in this area to complete this adventure. It kind of gives you that like, oh, this is the next thing that I should probably do. And now I have cool charms. I might have cool cheese. Bring that there, kick butt, and crush it. And then like you also get tons of like rank up points from completing the adventure book stuff. So definitely do that too. You'll like be able to kind of rank up there potentially to move on to newer and cooler things. Because honestly, like there is legit like much more fun gameplay the further you get into it. And I wish that we could just be like skip all the early stuff. It's bad. But it's kind of not a fair way to do that. And we're kind of trying to figure out ways to make that a cool flow for everybody that is fair and is interesting and is good. And honestly, a lot of it is just kind of like redoing some early areas to just be more fun. Period. And you get through it a little smoother. You waste less time just not attracting or catching anything because that's just not fun. Period. And yeah, some of those fixes are going out like they're going out like any minute, just for like kind of town and Anya stuff like that, balance issues that were there. So yeah, adventure book. If you need to kind of figure out where to be, where you're at, just check those off it'll kind of like give you what's next on the list. And also like those goals are like how you complete an area to like move on too. Like there's more stuff to do in an area than is listed in the book, but generally that stuff is like, you know, the extra effort to kind of like get the cool trap that you don't need necessarily. If you want to kind of skip it, it's possible. There are other avenues, all kinds of things, all kinds of things. But for the most part, the book is pretty good at guiding you. No idea what that is. So in the browser version, if you're playing on browser, it's above the Hunter's Journal. It's kind of like a little, you know, it shows like a name of an adventure. If you click on that, it kind of opens up where you're at and like what goals you have completed, what you have yet to complete. It even shows kind of like basically all the adventures are listed on the left side, and you can kind of click through, see what you've completed and claimed. And that's another thing is like go through and claim any that you haven't. There's good rewards in those. Yeah, so that is like such a useful thing that we really need to be better at like helping guide people to that when they're kind of like newer or returning, right? Yeah, yeah. So it's a cool tool, and it's like, ooh, I totally missed a thing like earlier on, and you like go do that and get like, you know, 100K points or something, King's credits, gold, all kinds of like, even traps are in there, or bases, I believe. Codex of Valor is a nice one. But yeah, lots of cool stuff, and it just kind of helps guide you, figure out where you should be. So great tool. Yeah, I'm glad that helped. All right, so we have 8 minutes before I should go on lunch, and I just need to take a quick look through work chat. There's a bunch of stuff. Okay. I think we're good. Cool. Yep. All right, I'm all caught up. We're good. All right, so do we want to just like do a face with? No. I wanted to do like arm wings because that'd be silly. Okay. So one way we could do this is kind of like having them be like, you know, tucked like that, which I think is a good way to do it, right? I think that's a pretty good way to have compact wings. Oh, right, I'm drawing directly on that layer. That's fine, I don't need it. It's like, what was I erasing? Oh no. It's not a problem, it's fine. Yeah, chicken face. So what I could do is like have one kind of out like this, but here's the challenge, is like this part of the wing should be going behind the torso here, right? But this is a layer on top. And this torso is not perfectly cylindrical. It's not a perfect circle. So when this whole thing kind of rotates, it's going to kind of like have this weird cutout, and it's going to do an overlap, right? So that's wonky, very wonky. So I can't do that with the wing. That'd look really bad when it moves. So if I pull this up here, I'm just going to bring it in here, that's okay. Or could just kind of have the this one also tucked in. And overlapping is easier because then it doesn't matter if it's sticking over top of you know like a fancy suit, right? Because then I'll just kind of overlap it, obviously. All right. Do we want wings like that? Do we want kind of like? See, this is like Halloween wings, right? The bat wings doesn't quite feel right, right? More kind of angel wings would be kind of thematically seasonal, I guess. I do kind of like this one here on the left, at least. It's like for the face, it could just be like this kind of like more like that kind of a bird. Hello. Give it the like, what is that? I don't know what that's called. Chicken face. I want to call it a goiter. I don't think that's right. That's funny where it appeared. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of like the wings on wings with this potential. Folded wings. Okay, yeah, people are liking the folded wings. I think we can go that direction. It'll be so much easier to render that way too. Like it will not interfere in weird ways with stuff, so that's so much faster to do. I need a lunch break. I need a lunch break. Okay, I'll take lunch. But I actually like the sketch. I think that's cute. And we can figure out a torso to go with it if we want to. But honestly, the fairy wings with the like chicken whole deal is pretty good. Yeah, goiter is thyroid enlargement. Yeah, exactly. Like that is not what it is. Um, what is it called? Someone probably wrote it and I missed it, or maybe they didn't. The wattle? Is that what it is? Is this a wattle? All right, saving, and we're gonna go on lunch. And I'll be back in an hour. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm returning. And we will resume the rendering of the ridiculous chicken. Because I guess we're all about chickens in 2021. At least the final months of it. I don't know. I think it's cute. I like it. Okay, we're gonna go on lunch. I'll be back. All right,
I sent like
and
the
we
ones
are
that people signed up. If you signed
we are
up,
back.
I still have to send you all
So
those stickers.
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna switch over to headset. Okay, so trying to switch some audio settings to be able to do a push to talk thing, but that might not work. So we'll go ahead with this.
Actually,
Yeah.
Build that.
I might end up just muting my stream, but probably won't chat too much after lunch. But I do have a Larry link to share, so let me do that. This one is at least currently seasonal. Oh, all right, so it's in the chat. So where we left off, we were working on this beautiful, beautiful friend. And
Yeah.
I got thinking, and I'm like, should it be a penguin? Did we do a penguin? Now I kind of want to check. I don't think we did a penguin. I feel like a penguin would be a pretty good thing to create for this event. Kind of trying to think of how I would do that though. I was thinking like Pengoose style.
I can't believe Haru and Opti
But,
haven't been drawing this week.
All right.
Yes, you can.
Sorry, Alex, it's very
As
loud.
you streamed it, you can stream it.
Yeah, I think I might mute myself. Sorry. Yeah, penguin would be neat. We'll see if we can do it. Let's see.
It's so cold today.
All right. Curious if I can set up a proper
Opti,
push to
you're not in
talk.
Florida.
Just because the audio pickup is webcam and it's going to pick up a lot. Let's try that out as well. Apply? Hold up. Yeah, I don't know if that push to talk is going to work. Maybe I just need to use a different key. So it's kind of a bad hotkey that I'm trying to use. Because it is the sample alt, now I think of it. Like the penguin too. They do look a little more like penguin legs because of how stumpy they. I mean, and the softness as well. So I might try exploring the penguin thing before diving into the chicken thing. Chicken's fun, but might let's see. With alt C and V maybe.
So far, so far.
Alt C. D to unmute. Let's try this. Okay, so I can mute and unmute using that hotkey. However, it's kind of awkward. Maybe because Alt V pulls up the view in this application. Although, let's see. Yeah, okay, so that's not going to work for that hotkey.
Hello, Kenna.
Hang on. Okay, so at least those hotkeys are working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do I have to like reset this to push to talk? I don't know.
Opti's just talking to herself.
Well, I think Alt C and X might work then, because I don't pull up like weird menus. V pulls up view, so I don't want that. That'd just be annoying. But I think those hotkeys are going to be okay. So I'll get that set.
Opti's reputation. I can. I know Opti. You are a bully.
So I'm probably going to be muted for the most part, but I'll be able
Bully
to pop back
Canadians
in pretty easily if I want. So why do I appear more pinkish on the screen?
Well,
Something with the
since
light
we
or color.
don't exist, I
So
can't send Opti any more chocolate.
my
so.
camera like has auto color correcting, which is really not very good at it. And I have very big south-facing windows. And mid-afternoon, you can see that my face is like just washed out, and I'm not in the direct sunlight either. And I have very red curtains that reflect red light onto me. So with that combination, I get very flushed looking, but it's just a
You'll have to be very strong to throw me over the ocean from Toronto.
bad technology trickery. There we go. It kind of like corrected itself, so I'm a little less lobster looking, but that's why. Just bad camera. Yeah. Yeah, it's like when it gets just totally overblown, it really can struggle with trying to figure out the correct colors. I don't know what did it. Is it just wiggling the plant? It's like, oh, there's something green. Okay. Yeah, this is much better. I kind of want to like trick it into like
Kenna
going
said,
wrong.
God, I thought you were going to say Kenna isn't real.
Alright, well, for the now, I'm just gonna go into silent running, but I'll pop back in and out every once in a while, so. Sorry, I'm just outputting the files for the slices, so can't really see what I'm doing because I don't want to spoil any other assets. But soon I'll show you. Also, apologies to anyone that suddenly heard me and wasn't expecting that.
No,
Well,
Probably.
I think that about covers all of the stuff today that I'm going to do on stream. So we did manage to create a set for the penguin,
Even after Aurora, who
and
imagines
then
things, I will.
also
I'm
did
gonna
the
shut her.
fairy wings torso. Not
I
bad.
could hang out with my illegal body.
I managed to get that all sliced up.
My gender bent.
So we have
Oh, tissue.
arm slices, hat slices, head slices, legs, and torso. And basically, in system, those can just slide around and overlap in order to create cool combos. Ooh, all my windows just flew away. All right. Well, now we're just looking at my generic desktop background. Sweet. Okay. well, I think that I shall wrap up now and just kind of do some other tasks, wrap up the week. But I hope you all enjoyed. I know I kind of didn't talk at all. I, in fact, muted myself on the last half, so hopefully that wasn't too bothersome. But thanks for hanging out, and I shall see you probably in 2 weeks. Maybe we'll do more golems, probably something Great Winter Hunt, pretty likely. So also thanks for all the cool suggestions, lots of good ideas and direction. I really appreciate it, and thanks for just kind of chilling and hanging out.
I need like
And
squishy
I'll
things.
see you next time.
With the, like,
All right.
inevitable day when Azzy
Happy
comes
hunting,
and I have
everybody.
to, like, hire all
Catch you
my
later.
merch.
Bye.